Sick.
Last week, you dealt with the aftermath of
My bad.
Hmm. I didn't hear music. All I heard was loud blabbering from some instrument.
I,
Blabbering from an instrument is typically music.
No, music is music. Blabbering is blabbering.
My sound, my sound keeps switching, and I can't figure out where it's going to come from next.
Oh, that's great.
so, last week, you dealt with the aftermath of the attack on the board of directors estate in Norlea. The CEO of the country essentially rallied all the nobles and was like, "Hey, you know, this this wall's broken. This wall's busted in, but no one was harmed, and we have all this amazing food. Let's not let it go to waste." And what this is not a night for business discussions, but it is a night to revel in the fact that we are all still alive. So
We reveled. We got our picture taken.
you reveled. Pippin nearly threw up. He
Nearly,
woke up
but I didn't.
so much he woke up stuffed the following morning.
How full am I? How full am I? Yes. I could eat another.
So you did. You guys got a long rest, and a number of portrait painters were hired to paint you the following day at around noon. So you did stuff in the morning. You talked specifically to Min South and Queen Mira. Niagzor and Sarathus scryed and spoke to their deity respectively, and learned a few things about where Luvia and where she was taken. The overwhelming suspicion is that she was taken to Compound Cathexis, where she is unharmed, but she is also feverishly working through the scrying. You also received intel that there is a young girl there, and you then went out, had your portraits taken, and the portraits were an encounter unto themselves, because one of the property gates were closed, but there was a large crowd gathered, and one of them jumped up and threw tomatoes at Senku, rotten ones. And Niaxor noticed he was wearing cult robes, so you had to restrain yourselves and maintain these really frustrating but epic poses until an hour passed. And then most of you went out to mingle with the crowd. And this was going along fairly well until you tracked down the guy wearing the cultist robes. It was an elven teenager, kid by the name of Felden, who promptly and full cooperation surrendered the robes that he was given by an orc. Not a half orc, but a full orc. Shortly thereafter, all literal heck broke loose as Nestor used his crystal to produce the effect Rolling Thunder and just bathed a 90-foot cone of area in massive electrical death. People were able to save some, but picking up from right where we left off, most of this crowd is dead. I understand it.
I think he had just woken up,
woken
and
You're right, he had just woken up.
he was just like, I saved you guys. We're like, buddy.
You were like, no, you didn't.
Not even close. And we found that he was under the influence of a suggestion spell.
Well, that is your speculation.
Yeah.
And I believe Serathis was administering death rites to those who had fallen.
Yes.
Yes. Pippin is a, ancient brass dragon in his archmage form.
So, Rathis, roll me a religion check.
Sure. 1 second. For some reason, okay, there we go. Religion.
Greatest paladin of Bahamut does not know how to religion.
13.
Okay. So,
Meow.
You okay?
Something just randomly fell. Sorry.
I thought it was you.
It just scared me because I didn't know where it was coming from. My apologies.
and your first
Alright.
reaction is to make cat noises.
We can all just forget about this now. Thank you very much.
Well, we can't because it's
We're used to it.
recorded for posterity.
Oh, God.
It has now been.
I mean,
It is now stuck in history.
I'm a furry, so yeah, I'm used to it.
Yeah.
It is on the internet. You cannot get rid of it now.
Now you know how I feel about just randomly Serath is just like, hey, 3/4. This was funny. I found it on your YouTube channel. It's like, why are you on my YouTube channel?
I don't know. One of the funny things about you, he didn't find on your YouTube channel. He found it on
Thunders.
Thunders.
That was pretty golden.
The other funny thing he found on your channel.
Indeed. Honey Hoozles.
But, Serathis, you think on it. a little bit. And you do recall hearing about a funeral rite funeral rites that were to be performed after large scale battles, sort of a mass casualty funerary rite, and it takes you about half a minute to perform it. But you do ultimately succeed at that.
Okay.
At this point, everyone hears
Everyone hears a hiccup.
Go ahead.
I said everyone hears a hiccup.
That wasn't a hiccup. That was my chair squeaking.
Which it does a lot, very loudly.
I need to add some oil to it. Otherwise, it's just like, ooh, let me reach over for my water.
But everyone does hear it's like, okay, would somebody get these binds off me?
I don't know if I want to do that quite yet. We need to ensure that you on. Did we do a dispel magic?
You did
I
not.
don't think there was anything to dispel.
Can I Arcana to make sure he's not currently being affected by anything? Kind of like almost kind of like medicine, but for magic.
I believe you had already cast detect magic.
Okay, that's
So-
why. And there was nothing.
Yes.
Okay. And then yeah, I'll undo the binds.
Yeah,
Not yet.
dispel magic was not cast because there was nothing to dispel.
That's what it
Not
was.
yet.
Not yet. Stops.
I want to cast cleansing touch on him and make sure.
Good idea.
Naxor. And Master says that. I'm sorry. No, not right now.
So Serathis will walk over and place his palm on Nestor's head and then cast cleansing touch.
Hey. I have to look this up. What level spell is it?
Beginning at the 14th level, you can use your action to end one spell on yourself or on one willing creature that you touch.
Oh, it's a class feature.
Yes. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your charisma modifier.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, your hand glows this silvery white. You press it to Nestor, the top of Nestor's head, and this pulse of like whitish silver light travels down and across his body, and Nestor just sort of that was odd. It didn't feel bad though.
It wasn't supposed to. I was cleansing you of anything that may be affecting your mentality.
Well, I think it's safe to assume that even if I was under some sort of influence, I'm not anymore.
We can untie him now. He's safe.
No, finish undoing the magical restraints.
They weren't even that magical. He was just hogtied.
Well, we put the
Oh,
we put
yes,
the
yes, you
special restraints that stop him from being able to do somatic components.
You did do that.
We were extra cautious.
Nestor will look at you as you're undoing these things. It's like, unbind me so that I can walk, but leave the manacles on.
Fair. We'll keep the manacles on.
I just proved I was susceptible to some sort of compulsion. I don't want to do something like that again.
You are clean now, so you should be fine.
But if he fell for it again,
Mm.
I don't think you will, but it is possible.
Nestor is finally able to sort of look towards the gate and see, and he just drops to his knees and begins sobbing.
Does he even yeah, he does know this is Pippin. Or at least I believe we mentioned it was Pippin.
No, actually you didn't.
Well, last week he's like, "Who's this?" And we're like, "It's Pippin."
Oh. Yeah, fair enough.
Sarathis is going to kneel next to Nestor and looking in the same direction. Nestor.
Tears like pouring down his face, but he absolutely turned. He does turn and look at you.
This wasn't you. This was some evil that took control of you. If you wish to make amends for it, let the images you see here fuel you into a rage, and when you meet the individual who has done this, give them absolutely no quarter. Because if you don't end them, I am going to end them.
Pippin's just like, I swore you were about to say I'm going to end you.
But
I was like, okay, harsh much? Jeez.
Well, while I was angry at Nestor before, I understand now, in the moment, that it is not Nestor who is at fault, but another being who had control over him.
That's what makes it. That's what makes it so much worse, because it wasn't control per se. It was like I got
You were
it in my head
influenced.
that everybody out there was part of the cult of Lametta Tempesta and just undercover, and you were all surrounded and about to be stabbed 1,000 times.
You've ever heard of the suggestion spell?
Or illusion
Have-
magic.
Well, it was an illusion. The
say
people
if it
were
was an
here.
illusion, we would have seen it too.
Suggestion, it can target a single person and make them think things that aren't true.
Probably the most insidious use of it I've ever heard of.
And find them in
It's almost as bad as the mass suggestion that sent people out of their homes during the storm.
Well, that time we were lucky.
We weren't so lucky this time.
I wasn't there for this. Could this be the same individual?
We never actually saw who was casting the mass suggestion, but
It's
this
possible.
was
There's nothing saying no.
yeah.
How are the nobles?
Everyone that's gathered is just sort of standing almost in shock. You do see Shrivel at the entry doors. He's like waving and gesturing and pointing. And he's almost like he's like almost holding his hands up to try and stop people from emerging.
Are people still trying to wander over?
Well, not from the outside. That he like this the Rolling Thunder happened at the property, basically at the property fence. He's talking like I'm talking about like at the actual main doors to the estate.
Okay.
It looks like he's trying to keep people in.
This sucked.
Finally, no perception check needed. You hear this like this unintelligible string of noises. And he finally just steps to the side, his head hung down, his arms sort of dangling, and 20 guards erupt from the doors.
Sarathis is going to stand and put himself between the guards and Nestor.
Pippin.
A half-elven guard first, non-threateningly just says, "Move aside. We have orders to arrest that man."
You have orders to arrest an innocent man.
Pippin he had, his Archmage form. He still is, but he pulls back the robes to reveal it is Pippin. And he pulls back the hood and he goes, "This man was under the influence of a suggestion spell." And kind of let me look at something real quick. Bringing up the Archmage stat block. Let's see. Do I have some way to show them, or I have no proof that it was a spell, but yeah, he just goes, it was the effects of a suggestion spell. There is a cultist in our midst.
Roll me a persuasion check.
All right, now I need in my ancient brass dragon stat block. Okay, is it persuasion?
I did.
21.
the guard who went from having his having the butt of his spear in the ground, who went now to holding it. He was getting ready to level it at one of either your or Sarathus's throats, but he stops. He says, "What proof can you supply beyond your words?"
My reputation as a paladin.
Apart from, unless you can materialize some sort of paper that proves that my detect magic spell detected, what's it called? Detected the suggestion, or the fact that this man said, he said that he saw cultists everywhere. He didn't just attack innocent people. He's on his knees crying because of what he did. He did not mean to do it. I do not have proof, but why would an ancient dragon lie to you?
He, slams the butt of his spear into the ground such that it kind of is standing up, and he actually kneels down and kind of gets right in your face, Pippin. And
Pippin is not small right now, mind you.
Oh. Well, then he gets right in your face and says, "Why should we believe you? You are neither a bronze dragon nor an archmage."
No, I'm Pippin Pedalopsicopolis Bonzu III. I'm far worse than either of them. Now, you have no reason to believe me. I cannot provide you proof that it was simply a persuasion spell, but it is the best bet considering how much good this man has done for your country and for everybody. Why would he turn his back now?
You see a thin but genuinely sincere smile spread across this man's lips as he stiffens up, and his expression softens. He says, "You speak much truth, Master Pippin. But I do have my orders."
Indeed, and that is why he's still in shackles.
And I give you my word, he will be treated with the utmost respect. But I do have to I do have to put him behind bars, at least temporarily, until such time as the state can prove your claims.
He'll step to the side.
Nestor does not resist. And he is surrounded by guards, and he is very slowly escorted off the premises.
One moment.
They stop.
Nestor,
Yeah?
we will find this person who did this. We will prove your innocence. And we will be back.
Nestor smiles and says, "I have no doubt of that. That's in no small part why I'm cooperating so well." make no mistake, just make no mistake, without my magic, I can still fight. And then you see one of the last people in the entourage. He goes to try and pick up the hilt of that greatsword, and actually gets zapped. He actually gets almost zapped off his feet by a shock.
Ew. Hey guys.
Hey,
Hey, sleepy.
What do I miss?
not
Quite
a
a
heck
bit.
of a.
A little bit, but that bad.
You missed the recap, and you missed Nestor getting placed under arrest.
Indeed.
Damn.
It's not
There's-
much.
Nothing we can do about it. Other than to find culprit.
And
So-
clear his name.
Exactly. So what sword was he trying to grab?
He's trying to pick up Raijin.
Raijin's in Pippin's hands.
Oh,
Raijin took the crystal and the sword immediately.
You mean Pippin?
yeah.
Archmage, yeah. Did I say something else?
You said Raijin took the sword and
Oh.
the crystal.
Thank you. Pippin took Raijin and the crystal.
So
That was right off the bat.
this one of the another attendant, a halfling this time, walks over and says, "I do have to confiscate that. I have orders from Executive Braetrand that it should be stored here."
Pippin removes the crystal from the sword. And then he ponders for a second.
I
Do you have written orders?
out.
You hear a voice say, "Written, no, but it's the best I could do, short of, having it be confiscated as, having it be stored in the local prison's evidence locker." And Shrivel comes waddling up, his head low, and says, "I did all I could to keep Nestor out of irons, but problem with a board of directors is you can be outvoted."
Indeed.
Out.
Well,
So how do we
I'm gonna
solve this?
well, we gotta go ahead.
Trying to speak.
Too many people trying to speak.
I'm gonna say I wouldn't trust guys keeping the sword while there's cultists.
The sword is more. I'm more willing to trust them with the sword than I am the crystal.
Yes, and that's where I was.
Definitely not the crystal.
And this is what I was going to say. Pippin had already removed the crystal from the sword. I will freely allow you to confiscate his weapon in case he gets out of irons while we are still away. He will need it. The crystal, however, is far too valuable to leave in any hands other than our own. And the crystal is not just his. The crystal is all of ours. All of the crystals are all of ours, and you cannot confiscate from us.
Make me another persuasion check there.
To 20?
Shrivel shrugs and says, "Very well. I have no objection to this."
He bows and will, as he bows, he will hold out Raijin.
Shrivel tries to grab it. And the next thing you know, all of his hair is standing straight up on end. He is almost blasted back 5 feet.
Pippin's eyes are just a little wide, and he goes, "Oh."
I'm sorry, what?
Like, wait, why? Pippin's just holding the sword normally. He's like, this is weird. Would you like me to? Would you escort me to your armory? I guess.
Senku decides to poke the sword.
You poke the sword. You feel an unpleasant but only mild shock.
Ow.
Which,
Oh, hold on, Mom's calling me. Rapper.
Nyx or just like touches it, be like nothing to him. He's just like lightning incarnate.
Yep. Even you, Pippin, you're not really aware. You weren't really aware of it until now, but seeing that, you do sort of feel you do sort of feel a tingling buzz going through your body, originating from your hand.
Ooh. Interesting.
Was that the wrong thing to say?
I didn't even realize.
Perhaps you have to have the sword's permission.
Wait, so this sword really doesn't like Shrivel, does it?
Serathis, you can make me a history check.
History. 29.
All right. And Pippin, you can make me an Arcana check.
What about me? Or is my Arcana just
Is it-
that big?
Is he make? He said he's making a history check.
He's making he is specifically making a history check.
May I also be able to make a history check? I currently am an ancient dragon with better history than Arcana.
I'm gonna say no, because even though you have the form of an ancient dragon, you are still you, and it's not as though you have the memories of something that long lived.
Well, hold on.
Well, in the meantime,
Well, the target, my mental scores, statistics, and all that are replaced by the new form.
okay. Then yes, if you want, you can roll history, but
Okay.
before you, but as you do that, Serathis, please join me in the DM chat.
Otherwise, I'm rolling with like a +2 to Arcana.
It's nice being able to roll a nat 20 as a modifier.
That is very nice. I don't know if you know, Pippin is still a dragon, except he's in a human form.
You know, in order to avoid the true polymorph?
No, just chose to be an arc. He's just an arc druid right now, just because he can be. Or archmage, I mean.
Do you still have the problem with the So wait, why did Raijin apparently just give me a little shock?
Because we're powerful.
And the sword apparently needs permission from people?
I think
No.
it's because you're not lightning adept like us, probably.
Well, I think for you and Serathis, you guys would be used to the lightning, but for Pippin and everybody else, like, I still feel the lightning.
I mean, run lightning all around my body.
All Senku does is poke and he just gets a minor unpleasant shock, though.
Yeah, it's because we're, level 20 heroes.
Because maybe
But
the
you said
sword,
something about having the sword's permission.
as I was gonna say, maybe the sword is sentient.
No, I don't think it's that. I think it's just that we're more powerful than the regular humans.
I mean, like,
So how do we get Nestor out of jail?
eh,
We're gonna go fight people and then come back. And we'll get them out.
So we've got to find the person who messed with Nestor in order to clear his name.
Yeah.
Is this a dead or alive sort of thing?
I mean, they're not gonna kill him. He's just under supervision while they're doing stuff.
No, I mean the cultist.
Oh, I have no clue.
are we
I
bringing it
hope
to-
we get to interrogate.
That would be preferable.
Pretty
D&D players.
Sorry.
I don't want to
Sorry.
get copyrighted now, okay?
That's why I muted it.
Get some headphones.
Or don't play the stuff at full blast.
Sorry.
Spell like Steve. Interrogate.
Pippin,
Yeah.
you are wanted in the principal's office. It's so quiet.
What?
I said it's so quiet.
Yep.
Yeah, there's not much really to do.
We'll play.
So Shrivel finally, stands up, dusts himself off, and he just shouts, "Retrieve a cut of cloth, please."
Don't you mean rubber?
What?
One moment. One moment. Nestor.
Nestor's gone. Nestor's been led away.
Pippin,
Yes.
do you mind holding the hilt of Raijin out?
Sure. I do so.
Sarathis wants to try and grab the hilt of the weapon. Just not like forcefully, just place his hand on the weapon and wrap his hand around it.
All right. You do so. You feel nothing. Like it just feels like it. It's not even a sword. It's just a hilt of a. It's just the hilt of a weapon.
Nyexor,
Yes.
you try. I want to test something. You try.
Should I try?
After Nyexor.
He'll reach out and he'll.
Okay. As you pass it off, there are there are small arcs and sparks that buzz into your scales, Nyexor, and as it pulls away from Sarathis, there's the same. But you feel nothing. You feel like this is a weapon. You feel like you could attune to this weapon.
Sarathis is just going to smile and walk away.
What's going on?
I will tell you when the guards are gone. Or when everybody's gone.
Can I roll an Arcana check to see if what this sword really actually is, or did Sarathis take care of it? Because someone mentioned something about needing the sword's permission, whatnot.
You could roll me a history check, but you're going to do so at disadvantage.
Well, at least history is one of my good things. I mean, I do have a plus 13 in it, so I'm...
Never know, you could still fail. I'll roll away!
26!
26, okay.
We were.
Chat, please.
Oh, boy.
But I take it Sarathis is trying to have it so something.
No. It's
Oh?
much deeper than that.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure what I can say. Like Nyxar's a bit reluctant taking the sword.
Of course, it's a holy weapon.
Yeah, it's something the cultists can take, and yeah, I don't want that.
I don't know, that thing's kind of chosen its user. I don't think they're going to be able to take it.
Oh yeah, I don't think they'll be able to take it, but there's a much deeper meaning behind the sword.
Sen will be back momentarily, guys. Also, Serathis, I hereby amend my statement. I want no business grabbing that sword.
He was like, sword. Sword does damage. Sword does things. Sword evil. Like, why is sword evil?
All of it.
Now the only question is, how do we clear Nestor's name?
I told you, going to find the culprit. Mine suggested that.
I don't know. It was an orc, probably mind flayed. I have no clue.
Oh, great.
Oh, the problems just keep piling up.
Now the cult is trying to do everything it can to split the party. Sad thing is, this time it succeeded.
Say it.
How else can you describe what just happened?
Mine suggested. And now. We investigate.
I'm sleeping in a bed.
And the thing is, if we fail to find out the true culprit, then Nestor gets looked on as a pariah.
I
Well, then-
don't think so.
Just all the more reason for us to find the culprit. Or forge our own proof. But we'll find a culprit. I'm not going to have to pull out the Pippin Pedalopscopolis Bonzu papers or whatever. What?
Serathis has papers now too, you know.
Yes, those papers are
Sorry.
worthless. Yes. Ooh, yum. And we're just chilling, playing Minecraft. I built a custom mod pack. I'm gonna add some more to it later.
What are you doing? Playing Minecraft or?
Yeah. That's what I just said.
Well, at least Minecraft's easier to mod than Subnautica.
Really? I thought Subnautica was really
Subnautica was not that hard, actually.
easy. Vortex made it a
Okay,
breeze.
it really is that hard on Xbox Game Pass.
Oh, you have it
I
for
don't
Xbox? Oh.
think you can mod Xbox.
Yeah, Xbox can't be modded as far as I
No, I'm playing it Game Pass for PC.
That's what I mean.
Oh, if it's PC Game Pass, you could still mod it just like regular Minecraft.
Well, he's talking about Subnautica.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can mod Bedrock Edition.
No, that's...
But he's talking about Subnautica.
Subnautica? Like, the,
Through the Game Pass. I don't
Should
think you can mod it through Game Pass.
the Nexus mod.
But it's
I
through
tried
Game
that.
Pass. Game Pass is different. It doesn't count as like a normal game. It counts as like an Xbox game for whatever stupid reason.
Okay, well, I'm back.
Sure.
Oh, he's back.
So all of this conversation is irrelevant.
Yeah, what's currently relevant is we have to find a way to clear Nestor's name.
It shall be done in due time. Though, I believe we should start heading down to that fort and take it out before doing anything further. We might be able to find some evidence there.
What, compound cathexis?
Precisely.
Well, one of us needs to transport this weapon with those individuals before they kill themselves with it.
I believe their cloth should do. They're not physically touching it. Or a mage hand.
We could just walk it up. Still have it.
Well, Pippin's hold. Well,
It's in Naxor's hand right now.
No,
Pippin wasn't like. Well, Pippin was holding it for you guys to grab onto, not to take.
Yes.
Oh.
I misinterpreted that. I apologize.
All good. Pippin is being like overly protective of Nestor's stuff.
So are we. It's like Naxor's like, I think we let this go.
We currently don't really have a choice.
I was only just able to talk them into letting us keep the crystal. I'm not pushing anything further.
Gets up, dusts himself off. A cloth is presented, and Shrivel actually very respectfully, bows a little bit and holds the cloth up and says, "Please put the hilts in here."
How big is this cloth?
About 2 feet by 3 feet.
Then can I take the cloth, lay the cloth on the ground, and then wrap the sword up in it?
Yes.
And that's what I'll do.
All right. Shrivel, and it's clear that he has great reverence for this. Actually, then scoops it up, and you see his hair stand on end a little bit, but does not look like he received a painful shock.
Okay, that's good.
So how do we? Yeah, I mean, Senku is sorry for asking this dumb question of Shrivel, but how exactly do we get him out of there?
And
Well.
Senku. Mine suggested.
I say we go deal with those mind flayers first, because we have as much as I want to get him out of jail, we have a greater problem at hand.
I hate to say it, but we need to be at full strength in order to do that. We need to be at full strength in order to pull this off.
Shrivel
I disagree.
nods and says the professor speaks the truth. From what little knowledge I have of compound cathexis, Queen Mira and her company struggled, and you are weaker and lesser in number.
Without
know
Nestor,
how-
we just don't have the power.
I disagree, but
You can disagree all you want, but we need him in order to make this successful. I'm sorry.
Senku, what have we been doing this entire adventure since day one? I believe.
Understandable, but
I believe in this team. You've shown how very capable we are. Killed things much harder than our own power. Shown
now,
we are very capable.
indeed, and we may not have Nestor, but I now have the ability to turn into a freaking dragon.
And he's not the only one that can turn into.
We have power, and it would be difficult, but if we play our cards right, we may be able to get through it.
Or
I just-
we walk in such overwhelming numbers, we're going to wish we had Nestor and his ability to wipe out mass armies at one time.
Pittman
That's
kinda
the
smirks.
problem.
The Drac.
You underestimate my ability to wipe out large numbers of things in one time.
I can wipe out mass numbers as well too.
I can
Right.
call upon the heavens to cascade down armies.
Right, and when you all do this, you all rely on each other for support as a team. You know each one of you is going to have each one of yours backs. Without Nestor, we are missing a link in the chain.
I feel like busting out a bag of popcorn right now and listening to this.
Right.
I feel that. It's like, well, what do you suppose we do? Sit around and wait for them to gain in strength?
I don't like that option either. But right now, this team isn't at full strength.
We've fought things when we've never been at full strength. If we're wanting to help Nestor, we need to do something. And sitting around is not what I'm planning on doing.
Or by the time we get back, they find Nestor guilty, at which point we have no options.
Yes, we do. We are an insane party with lots of contacts.
You realize you realize the CEO of this country is in earshot.
Precisely.
Hear you. Shrivel, scoffs just a little bit. And
It's like, we have friends. I'm not worried about Nestor being found guilty. What I am worried about are these other things growing in power or sending another mind flayer to wipe out another city. Because I would hate to lose another 500 people. Because we sat on our butts and did nothing.
clearly, Master Pippin, you forget the phrase "patience is a virtue."
Pippin turns and gestures to the army of dead civilians and goes, "Patience, death doesn't care about how patient you are."
I can't, say that I do see points in both sides, but we can't just sit here and squabble. We need to do something.
Indeed.
Yeah, first and foremost, we have to clear Nestor's name.
We have to find... Okay, if we're not going to deal with the mind flayers, then we at least have to find this orc.
That's how
Shrivel shrugs, nods, and gestures as he gestures and the gates fully open. Now that I fully empower you to do, but nobility does have an intelligence all its own, and everything I have heard from the original party who went through that place centuries ago to do so at less than your full strength in numbers is suicide. Now, I could not stop Nestor's arrest. What I can do is provide you some authorization to be there when he is questioned by the court wizards, the court mages. You may very well be able to help assist his exoneration. I have no doubt they will come to the same conclusions. However, I also recognize the desire you have to see your friend and ensure that ensure that our guard captain's orders are being upheld and that he is being treated properly.
Okay.
To that I ask, what say you? Do you wish to try and hunt down one man among thousands, or would you wish to delve deeper into this mystery?
I think we need to delve deeper into this mystery.
Indeed.
Wait. There may be a way to clear his name right now.
Oh.
Oh?
Did anyone have eyes on Nestor before?
Sadly, no.
Yes.
Yes or no?
I did have eyes on him before he cast his spell, if that's what you were going to say.
Do any of your wizards have detect thoughts?
The truth.
Well, if the wizards are able to cast detect thoughts, they would simply have to look into Pippin's memories and see that this is not Nestor.
At least the Nestor we know.
Exactly.
Well, it was the Nestor we knew. That's the problem. He was, and I have detect thoughts, but that doesn't really help me. But it was Nestor, and he did attack everybody because he was under the influence of. I believe he was under the influence of a.
Well, in that case,
Yeah.
the wizards can simply cast detect thoughts on Nestor, and they'll see that his thoughts are not his own.
Well, that's the thing. He just thought they were all cultists. I don't know if detect thoughts would change. They would be like, yeah, he killed him out of like this is the difficult situation.
Even if we say he killed them because he thought they were cultists, that still doesn't change the fact. And it would all but ensure his guilt.
We need time to think.
We need to delve deeper into this mystery.
And now,
And we're going to need all hands on deck.
You hear a voice, a familiar one, and it says, actually, what you suggest would go very far towards the Ravenscar's exoneration.
Min-South!
Yes, that is my name. Do not wear it out.
Was that sarcasm we just heard out of you? You're learning. And he has this wry grin on his face, telling him he means no. There's no heat to his jab.
One does not serve as a queen's grand vizier for 4 centuries without learning a thing or two.
I knew there was a reason I liked you. And he basically gives himself the nice guy pose. If you've ever seen Naruto, you know what I'm talking about.
I've seen Naruto. I have no idea of what you speak.
I'm going to post it in campaign pictures. That pose.
Minsouth turns to you and just simply says, "Indeed." Now, the board of directors have agreed to allow me to assist in this investigation. I believe we can satisfactorily exonerate the last son of Ravenscar.
Well, then, what are we waiting for? Let's get down to business.
And then you see something kind of strange.
Yeah, Senku's just anxious to get his friend out of the clank.
See you see a very stereotypical elf in green robes riding. Looks like he's mounted a horse, but there is nothing beneath him. Pippin, I'm sending you a DM, and Pippin alone can roll me an Arcana check. Pippin?
Pippin!
I've been talking this whole time. How long has it been since the start of this incident?
Oh, about 10 minutes now.
10 minutes? Okay. You said you're sending me a message?
I am, but I need you to make an Arcana check first.
Arcana is intelligence?
Yes.
And now that I've cast some spells, okay. That's a 21.
Okay.
I take it Pippin did not make the check.
No, he totally did.
Okay. Who is it that I see?
An elf riding an invisible horse.
Looks like, well, it looks like he's mounted. It looks like he's mounted and riding a horse, but you see nothing beneath him.
Phantom Steed.
Except for,
I like it.
the man tips his hat, nods, and says, "Your reputation is well deserved."
Indeed.
He briefly dismounts, walks over, and bows, flourishing his hat.
Who do I have the pleasure of speaking to?
Tobias Aristos.
I do not
Nice to
believe
meet
I've
you,
heard
sir.
of you before. It's a pleasure.
The pleasure is mine. I am in the presence of legends. I am merely a court mage.
Will you be attending the hearing for Mr. Ravenscar?
Attending it, I will be And he puffs out his chest. I will be performing the questioning.
Ah. Wonderful. I assume you intend on I assume you intend on using spells such as detect thoughts.
Indeed.
I like it.
And among other things, I'm very skilled at discerning lies.
That is kind of needed for that job. It's a very important aspect of it.
Indeed. And as I understand it, the rest of you shall be accompanying me?
Indeed. Will there be a anti-magic circle where you will be questioning him?
He actually, if there was an anti-magic, if there was an anti-magic field around, how could I use my own spells?
Well, I would suggest a small one because for the people you're questioning, because they could be using glibness. You wouldn't be able to tell if they were lying or not, even if you used magical means.
While that is true, glibness only enhances one's ability to tell falsehoods. They can still, be discerned.
Well, if you were using some form of magic to tell if somebody was telling the truth, it always indicates that you were telling the truth. If they are under the effect of glibness.
This is why I don't rely on such spells.
Okay.
I rely upon magic that strengthens my own insight.
Ah. I like this guy.
At the very least, I try to. I am not, in fact, infallible, but I will take your suggestion about anti-magic field under some scrutiny.
Or maybe simply a dispel magic for glibness whenever somebody comes to the stand. Might be cheaper.
We are not going to a stand. This is not really a hearing. This is... And he sort of chafes at the word. This is a questioning. This is an interrogation.
Ah. Even better.
To be executed behind closed doors.
Oh. I'm going to... No, it's only been 10 minutes. I guess I'm going to stay in this form for a little while longer. Let me know before an hour is up, because Pippin is going to dispel it before an hour is up.
Okay. So... slowly, he mounts up this invisible horse, waves his hat, and a bunch of attendants come up with horses and, in Pippin's case, a war pony.
Well, Pippin's an archmage, so he's big. He just goes, even in this form, I get a war pony?
Aristos looks and he just shrinks a little bit and blushes. Please get this man a proper steed.
How far are we headed?
Oh, a few minutes walk.
Okay.
I should say a few minutes ride. Maybe about half an hour to an hour's walk.
Okay. Well, if you'd like to make it there faster, I can assist in that matter.
Yes, and throw the whole city into more panic, why don't you?
Well, first we have to exit the city, unless it's in the city that we are going.
We're not leaving the city.
Okay.
So yes, by all means, raise more of a panic.
But it's fun.
Pippin.
But, no need to get me anything more than the war pony. If it's going to take a while for us to get there, then he will dispel his magic and be back in his normal form.
I just got some insane Atticus vibes there. Like, but it's fun.
It is kind of chaotic a little bit. But anyway, he will change into his normal form.
Okay. The attendant returns to the war pony, and about 30 minutes later, you arrive at this. It's sort of built into a hill, but at the same time, the hill is cut away. There's this big bridge, overlooking a moat. And your first thoughts are this kind of like a keep, but the bridge is going onto the top floor of 3. And you trot across. Stable hands come and they take the horses. And surprisingly, a dwarven receptionist greets you. Female. Kind of medium length, shoulder, dirty brown hair. And she looks up and says, and who might you be?
My name is Senku Ishigami.
Yes, friends of the Ravenscar, are you not?
Yes.
That is correct.
Yes.
We're his allies.
Excellent. So I was told there wouldn't be so many of you.
5 of us. How many were you told there would be?
3, including Aristos. Still,
I will wait outside.
she shrugs. That will not be necessary. They don't pay me enough to follow the rules sometimes.
That was out of character.
So she leads you down a dark, sort of moist corridor, and says, "We were told that he was to be placed under minimal security. So, she puts in the key, twist, clong. The door creaks open." And Nestor's just sort of sitting there, still in his clothes. His armor's been taken off, And he perks up immediately. He says, "You have no idea how good it is to see you guys."
Hey, buddy.
Hello.
Nestor stands up and then sort of slumps back down and says, "I'm guessing you're not here because you were able to re-obtain the fire crystal and use the Phoenix Wave."
Sadly, still need to find that.
Yes.
What is everyone's passive perception?
Mine is 22.
28.
12.
Okay.
So you have
18?
low for the level, and then you have insanely off the charts.
Well, no, we have low level, then we have
Actually,
medium.
wait.
No, you have Pippin, who's low for the level, and then off the charts.
How would you know your
Wait, since
passive
I have
perception?
proficiency in
Passive perception is perception modifier plus 10.
18.
Nice.
It's good.
Okay. Six, 8, 10, 12. Okay. Going.
I take it those without the required passive perception need to roll?
No. You're not actively looking for this, so this will be off everyone's passive perception. I just have to get things organized a little bit.
Side note, some of us here have insane passive perception.
Yes.
Passive persuasion
does not
would be
exist.
hilarious. What's your passive persuasion? 44.
Right.
Yeah, the only way you're gonna have a passive persuasion of 44 is if you're.
In the
Oh,
different
God.
Can I
game.
say this on camera?
Probably not. If you have to ask, the answer is probably no.
I was going to say a scantily clad woman.
We just said you probably shouldn't have said it if you had to ask.
Furthermore, I didn't know we were on camera.
Yes, we record our session.
Yeah, but that's not a camera. That's a microphone.
He's right. But that is neither here nor there. Pippin, you're in your halfling form?
Yes.
Okay.
What, does your bronze dragon form have insane passive perception?
No. I'm in my halfling form. I have dispelled my dragon because it was just taking us a while to get to the right place, and I didn't want to become a dragon permanently for the day, because Pippin needs Pippin right now.
Okay. So, Aristos kneels, and we'll begin asking you questions in just a second. I'm a little thirsty. I'm going to grab a drink.
Go for it.
Cliffhanger.
Da, da, da.
Only about a 30-second cliffhanger.
He's still
gonna do the
there.
Oh, wow. Oh, wait, I can't do that.
Buddy.
Sorry.
Don't do it too long. It might get copyrights.
Sorry.
Okay, I lied. It was about 2 minutes.
Had to use the restroom.
No. Did have to make myself some fruit punch.
I'm back. Never tanned.
Excellent, as have I.
Perfect.
I'm pretty sure that's fruit abuse.
What? Fruit punch?
Yeah. It's fruit
Hey.
abuse.
At least you didn't decide to, wrap your fist in a honeydew and punch your friend while saying fruit punch.
What?
I'm not
That's the
gonna
thing
ask.
that happened.
I'm certain. I don't want to know anymore.
Yeah, I'm good.
Aristos smiles and looks at you all and proceeds to cast a spell.
I am under the effects of mind blank at the moment.
Aristos holds for a moment just before releasing the spell, and he says, for this to be considered properly credible, you will need to remove that spell.
Ew. He'll dispel it.
Senku doesn't
I'd cast-
have really much spells on him right now. Also, I need to use the restroom because I've got rumbles down under.
I'd cast it on myself after Ravenscar was affected by a mind-altering spell. To
That
keep
was,
myself from succumbing to the same thing.
that was both intelligent and very wise, and he sort of flips he sort of snaps his fingers. A book appears, and a floating quill actually starts writing things, actually starts documenting it. And he says, now then, were you aware of Nestor possessing the power to do what he did?
Very much so. It saved us countless times.
What spell did he perform?
It was not a spell, actually.
have this crystal in your possession?
I do. I confiscated it from him immediately.
May I see it? You do not have to give it. You do not have to give it to me, but
I have returned. What I miss?
nothing. I would like to observe. I would like to look at it. You do not have to hand it to me.
Okay.
As prison cells go, it is fairly pleasant. Like it's got a soft wood, a soft carpet floor. He doesn't. He's not just like sitting on a bench. He's got an actual bed.
Then he will take out the crystal and set it on the table.
You see Aristos get in, look at it, like very like under lots of scrutiny, and he's like jotting notes down.
Most of us actually have one similar to this.
I see.
Mine, I casted the spell on me because mine would have done far more damage.
And what makes you say this?
If I were to fall under the effects of whatever affected Ravenscar, I could have flattened the city. I was a dragon with the ability to call down rays of sunlight to destroy everything. It would have been horrific.
You see Senku visibly pale.
Yeah, the color drains from Aristos' face as well. And he looks on and says, he then says, "Excuse me for a moment." And he sort of leans in on Nestor, and you can tell he is casting a spell. And he gazes at Nestor for about a minute. And he stands up and says, "I have just, as you did, cast Detect Thoughts. I discern no lies in his memory. And I believe, as you do, that you're correct. He was under the effects of a very powerful suggestion spell. If it was any stronger, it would have been. I probably would say it was a dominate effect." He will have to stay here overnight. That is not something I have any authority over, but I believe when this evidence is brought to the board of directors and Chief Executive Officer Bradrand, that they will produce a pardon immediately.
Well, that's good.
If they haven't already, under prodding from Queen Mira.
Wait, she's talking to the board of directors now? Oh, and Senku's eyes widen. Oh boy.
What?
Man, I just got this mental image in my head of Queen Mira dressing down the board of directors. I would understand that she is not currently happy with this situation.
She's also a noble, so she'd hold herself upright.
Aristos looks at you as he like closes the book and puts it in his pocket. He's like, you would understand that nobody is really pleased about this situation, Professor. No one wants to put a legendary hero like Nestor behind bars. But I have come to learn that what one wants to do and what one needs to do are two very different things. I believe the saying is truth will out. Now, if you don't mind a bit of actually, no. This request is best left when we return. In the meantime, he bows deeply. I will wait outside while you spend some time with your friend.
I'm going to wait outside as well.
Okay. Well, so Aristos and Seraphis step outside the cell, and the rest of you can.
Oh no, I meant literally. He's not going to stop walking. He's going to go outside. It's too small. He's huge. Too small.
Right, well, Aristos steps backwards outside into the hallway, and Seraphis, you're stepping all the way out. You're going all the way outdoors.
Fresh air. Too small.
Okay. So, I'll get back to you in a minute.
I'm going to go keep him company.
Pippin's going to keep him company. Okay.
I'm going to keep him company a little bit as well.
Okay, well.
Because Nestor needs us.
Nestor shrugs and says, way to make a friend feel important. So,
I'm worried about that cultist coming back to do more damage, so I'm going to keep guard with Seraphis.
What's to say they're not inside at this point?
You guys are inside. You guys keep guard from the inside.
Fair enough.
All right. So, Seraphis, Aristos, Senku, and Pippin leave, leaving Nyxor and Perrin in the cell.
Wait, I thought I was with Nestor.
You said you were walking out.
Yes.
I said I said I was staying here with Nestor.
I think it was a miscommunication.
Okay.
But he's with Nestor.
I heard him say both ways at the same time.
I think he thought Nestor was leaving.
Yeah, Nestor is not leaving yet.
No, I'm staying here with my buddy Nestor because He's been through a lot.
Indeed. So Nyxor, Perrin, and Senku are in Nestor's cell. So we'll continue with them. We'll start with them first, and then deal with Serathis, Pippin, and Aristos. So Nestor slumps back down on his bed and says, "Oh, gee, way to make a friend feel important." I cannot believe I was so stupid as to be misled to kill like 80 people.
We're gonna find the asshole who did this.
I appreciate that, but you also don't understand that, it was still me. That's still on my conscience.
I know how you feel about this, but this isn't your fault. We've been through a lot together. I'm not gonna let my opinion get changed. I'm not gonna let my opinion about you get changed just because some asshole had the gall to mess with your mind.
You realize that's a very small comfort at this moment.
I mean, yeah, this weighs heavy on you. I can tell, but as far as I'm concerned, this isn't your fault. This is all the fault of the cultist who did this to you. Their blood isn't on your hands, it's on the cultists.
Nestor chuckles and says, "Thank you, Senku."
Hey, no problem. We're gonna get through this as a team. Like we always have.
Nestor smiles and says, "Just don't go into that mind flayer. Don't go into that mind flayer nightmare hole without me."
I'm playing.
All right, and with that, I'm going to briefly need Serathis and Pippin in the DM chat to join me. Apologies for the wait. Thank you for your patience.
Worries.
So, you guys are basically just sort of chatting things up and relaxing. You've got her smiling again. You hear the clanging of armored footfalls approaching from outside.
I'm just gonna share this with everybody. Give me a second. We have to go. We have to go to the courthouse. We have to go now. Don't ask any questions. Sarathis will hold up the paper, and it is in general chat.
Shit.
Oh,
So Sarathis flings the door open, says all this. And Sarathis, you turn, and there are spears pointed at your throat.
Not this again.
The dwarven guardess is like, what did you expect would happen for running back into my prison, past me, not doing anything along even remotely akin to proper procedure, running over here and flinging the door open of the prison of the cell of your friend.
I believe he was trying to talk to us.
Wait, I've got this. I've got this. Madam Gardis, and I will hold out the paper for her. I apologize. I should not have barged into your prison in such a way, but it is a matter of the utmost importance that I retrieve my friends and we head to the courthouse before an imposter frames our friend.
Oh, mother.
She pretty unceremoniously snatches the parchment.
My
reads
most
it.
sincere apology, Madam Gardis.
She then proceeds to roll it up, hand it back to you. It says, "Everyone stand down and step aside."
Oh, hey, Thunder, that being nice actually worked.
We could use some backup.
Oh,
That-
it was not the...
She, the guard looks at you and says, "That I cannot help you with, nor can I legally allow you to take your friend, but he was brought here and we were instructed to treat him with the utmost care and generosity, and we shall see that done."
I think
Good.
he meant us.
Sarathis will look back at Nestor. Nestor, my friend, I'm sorry. We will be back shortly. We're going to handle this now.
Nestor's like, "What are you doing?" He snaps his fingers and points and says, "Go!"
Let's move!
Yeah, let's go.
And they're all going to take off running down the hall. Yay!
I guess, after reading the 15,000 gold, like, Nyxer's like, oh, yep, let's go.
You are the second money-grubbing druid I've had to ever deal with.
Do we need greater
Yeah.
haste?
I wouldn't waste it for that. To just a dash over there.
We're talking about time is of the essence.
How far is it?
Oh, you guys, as you're talking about this, you burst out of the doors. And everyone can make me an intelligence check.
Oh,
That's an
good.
8.
Say again, Serathis?
Before we do that, may I use my channel divinity?
What do you wish to do?
Well, I wish to use the peerless athlete abilities of channel divinity.
Okay. You can do that if you so wish.
Okay. And you said you need an intelligence check?
I do.
Oh boy, this is not going to go. Oh, 22. Never mind. I'm good.
That was a jank roll. I did not mean to roll advantage on that. I'm just gonna try that again.
What are we rolling?
And it did nothing. So, yeah, unless my thing gives me plus 6 to checks in terms of straight ability checks as well, I'm kind of borked this one.
It does not. So yes, you're a little bored. What did you get?
Well, I can boost this with a flash of genius to make it a 16. And
So you got-
considering I haven't used those at all today,
Well, that's true, but it's not quite that important. So I hear Perrin got an 8.
I got a 10.
Yes.
Perrin got an 8, Senku got a 10, and Serathis got a 22. What did Nyexor get?
I did not know we were rolling stuff.
Intelligence.
And
Roll to see how your big brain handles things.
I mean, I'm got pretty darn good at it.
Senku, for once in his life, has a square brain moment.
Nice. That'd be an 18.
Okay.
For once in my life, the smart boy isn't actually going to be the savior of the party in this case.
So
I mean, I only got a +3, so 18's pretty darn good.
here's what it boils down to. Perrin and Senku are not sure where the courthouse is. Nyexor and Serathis are certain they have no idea where the courthouse is.
What?
Well-
How high was this supposed to be?
So
Just how-
nobody knows where the courthouse is.
None of you know where the courthouse is or where you're supposed to go. However, Perrin, with your 28 passive perception, I briefly need you in the DM chat.
How? How did we? Oh man.
I bet you it was like a ridiculous AC.
I mean, I was assuming it was going to be like a basic city layout. You know, usually there's a capital in the center, then the legal buildings are like next door. But no, watch this. They're going to be down in the downtown shopping district.
I mean, this is a corporatocracy.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That would make sense. Just jump out of the dryer.
Great, we need to go that way. As I point at point in a direction which nobody can see, or nobody. Well, yeah, actually, Sen will have to say if you can see what I saw. As I pull out my bow, I clearly cast a spell and start.
Okay.
And
Using
very quickly.
using Peerless Athlete, I'm just going to take off that way.
Bow. I believe the best way to describe it is zoom.
With haste.
Oh, that's like when NASCAR is, zip by you on the track. Phew, gone.
Oh no, you want that? Try Leafa.
Oh
Yeah,
my
Leafa's-
gosh, yes.
I'd say Leafa and Pippin are the only two that I know of as of right now that can outstrip Perrin when hasted.
Leafa becomes like NASCAR speed.
Yeah, I'd say I'll put it this way. If I had not hasted, I'd be moving 80 per turn. Hasted, I'm moving 80 plus 80 plus 80 per turn, and I'm not burning action surge.
See,
Leafa.
I've got this image of Leafa and Perrin, like, charging up a warp drive and then just disappearing.
We actually found out that Leafa could break the sound barrier.
What?
Yeah.
What was her theoretical maximum?
I think it was like at least 770 miles an hour.
Jesus.
Because I know it was an absurd, like, some odd feet per 6 seconds.
Yeah, because basically it has said how I would be or how fast I'd be going is that, and I don't care if it's up a wall or through water or anything.
Hold on. Leafa can move how fast?
I'm here.
Insanely fast. So, Perrin, everyone else knows that Perrin basically pointed in directions that we need to go that way, and immediately hasted himself through Wind Reaper and ran off that.
Okay, so Perrin,
Should I cast Greater Haste on everybody?
actually, before you do, Perrin and Senku, actually everyone can make me Arcana checks.
My favorite.
My favorite.
That's a 15.
15 is good enough.
Yeah, there was no way I would have failed it. If you said
just-
15 was good enough,
Yes, Senku, you pass.
Surprisingly, this was not too bad.
I rolled
17.
I rolled a 22.
Okay, here's what, and Sarathis, what was your Arcana?
Oh, wait, I had to roll an Arcana check?
You don't have to. You may if you so wish.
Ooh, I totally want to. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm going to just because I want to. 14.
What'd you roll?
14.
14?
Yes.
You figure out that here's what all of you figure out. This guy is riding a phantom steed. A phantom steed has a move speed of 100.
Okay, yeah, I'm hasting myself.
Greater Haste, pop off.
Or apparently I'm not, since you're greater hasting.
Boom.
Well, what I was going to say was even with your greater haste, actually you would
I think Leaf or Kid would have an insane movement speed.
Oh, yeah.
Leaf would catch up. I think I'm on the verge of keeping up with a dashing.
Wouldn't I only be at like
dashing.
90 speed? Haste. We're 100.
Isn't it a base speed of 30?
Yes, base speed 30, dash is 60.
I'd say you double it with haste
Yeah,
applied.
120.
And then you could use your haste action to dash. That's
Yeah, you can double dash with haste.
So that's 240.
yeah,
No,
this
it's gonna be
Wait,
another
no.
60 on for you guys. So for me, it's going from 40 to 80. Then I can add
So it'll be
160
180.
to that.
180.
yeah, the horse could dash and be covering 200.
I actually can keep up and actually gain on it. Not by much, but I can since I have a move speed of 40 before hasting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How far has Seraphis gone? Can I just jump on his shoulders?
No.
Hey, I kind of want to do I kind of want to do what Pippin used to do.
You're
Pippin can only
bigger
do that.
than him, though.
Yes. Pippin can only
Seraphis
do
is a
that.
giant dragonborn.
He's not giant. He's only 7 feet tall.
It's only slightly bigger than me.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Pippin,
He's not like literally giant. Pippin's 2'7".
yes. Pippin can only do that because he is tiny and small.
Yes. And yeah, there'll be probably a Pippin-sized little saddle on back of Dexor.
So I'm going to be the only one who can't keep up.
No, there's a few who can't, but again, the reason I can keep up is because I have a 40-foot move speed.
Well, what I am saying, what I'm trying to get you guys to deduce here is that there might be another way than chasing directly after him.
True. Where's the
So
courthouse?
We're going to the courthouse.
We don't know where the courthouse is. That's the problem.
Does anyone here know where the courthouse is?
No.
No!
No,
That's
I meant
the
the
problem.
citizens.
Perrin said it's in that direction.
No, in that direction is Pippin. Chasing after
At
something.
this, you can make me an intelligence check.
Oh no. I don't want to make it until. Okay, hold on.
Wait, I
Yeah,
know
16.
what?
16, very briefly join me in the DM chat.
Oh boy.
I don't
bye, guys.
wanna. Bye-bye.
So, just out of curiosity, what was that massive amount of buffs we stacked on Leafa to figure out how fast she could go?
I don't remember.
Yeah, what was Leafa's massive amount of buffs and stacks that we could put on her?
Remember, buddy?
Because Leafa has a massive... We're going with average Tabaxi here.
No, wait, guys. Friends, we need to go to the board of directors estate, the manor we just came from. We need to go there.
Let's
Okay.
move.
Yes.
It is at this point where you actually see this tiny little speck that you know to be Pippin sort of break off and start turning.
He's coming with us?
Not so much that he's coming with you, but it looks like he's going exactly where you guys are going.
Let's move. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da!
Yeah, pretty much. You guys are kicking up almost as much dust as that horse.
I've got this vision of us just like darting through the streets, like people are trying to buy stuff, and we're just storming through the streets.
Aaron would seriously be willing to haste on this because that's ridiculous. What's about to
Pippin.
happen?
Pippin is flying.
I was like, Pippin's flying and thus not kicking up dust. Meanwhile, Perrin's going as quickly as possible on the ground, kicking up a giant cloud of dust.
So you are throwing off you are popping haste.
Yeah, again, I want to be there as quickly
I
as
popped
possible.
off greater haste.
Oh, you've already popped that off, so then I'm not popping off haste.
On
you can
everybody.
pop off haste, and then you can pop off haste for yourself, and then he can greater haste the rest of the party.
Fair.
Because as it is now, he can't get he can't get the entire party anymore.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I say he also doesn't have Pippin right now to get it.
Okay, then you just cast greater haste on yourself, or
I
you just
only
cast
have
haste on
haste.
yourself, and I'll use my 6th level greater haste. That technically counts as an upcast, right?
Yes.
One of my 6 upcasts.
Yep.
Cool. I actually burned through a 5th level spell.
You spent a 5th level spell and one of your upcasts to make it 7th.
True. But I still have 2 5th level spells.
Indeed.
God, I love that whole having an extra set of spell slots.
Indeed. So you cast that, and now I need everyone but Pippin and Serathis to roll me acrobatics checks.
Oh boy.
With pleasure.
Yeah. That is not gonna be fun. Oh well, at least I have Flash of Genius.
Oh my gosh, that's a nat 20.
Sick.
Fuck it, I'm gonna make that a 20. It's now officially a dirty
That's
20.
19.
Right.
So that's a 25 for me.
I just love that comment. It's like 15 is good enough. Oh, why don't you just suck all the wind out of my sails with that Arcana then?
All right. So you guys start running back through, and you start actually running back through the main square where you fought the dragon the other day, and it's like shoulder to shoulder crowds. It is packed. But you guys do jumpy, flippy, spinny stuff. Over, under, around people.
We're Naruto running through the streets.
No. Axar will
You're
not be
putting
doing
Naruto-
that.
You're putting Naruto to shame, especially Perrin, who at one point very likely steps on people's shoulders and heads. But you all get through that. And Pippin,
Yes.
make me a perception check.
Ooh. 10.
10.
Lucky die, you have those.
I mean, I do, but it's perception.
He has garbage for perception.
Eldritch
Yeah.
Overdrive?
I don't have that. Not today. I mean, I could lucky die. Oh, but it's probably not gonna help. I might as well. Yeah, I can reroll nat ones, thankfully. Just find my perception again. And reroll this nat one. I still got lower than a 10.
You should have just stuck with the 10.
That's what I was saying. I was like, there's no way I'm getting lower than a 10.
I'm sorry.
No worries. I got a 10.
All right.
He
Oh,
fails.
you are keeping your eyes.
Oh, he's flying.
Yes, he's flying. Keeps his eyes squarely on Aristos. And you're flying. You have to fly at pretty much top speed to keep up. And then you notice the perimeter fence to the board of directors estate.
Okay. Can I like shout? Can I shout his name? Hey Tobias, wait.
You do that immediately before you go plowing top of your head first into something big, metal, and heavy that does not give with your speed. Serathis,
Bing.
Yes.
you are looking at you are looking at Aristos as he comes barreling in. Make me a perception check.
Okay. 18.
18. Okay.
Wait, where's everyone else going then? They're going to the courthouse?
There is no courthouse.
Yeah, it's like nobody knows where the courthouse is. Like
We're all just going to the board of directors?
Yes, you're going to the board of directors.
I'm just imagining though the cartoonish style Kong.
Serathis, please join me in the DM chat very briefly.
Okay.
Sorry, the image in my head is just Pippin going Kong like a freaking cartoon.
Pretty much.
Bing!
Serathis, I need a strength check from you.
Roger that. Strength don't fail me now. At 20.
20? Okay. Bring your arms up. Just in time to hear this clong. And
Pippin falls on Serathis' head.
no, Pippin sort of plows into Serathis' forearms.
Can I carry him like a running back, running with the football?
No, because he's flying into you, and you are unable to maintain your footing. You fall backwards. Pippin, take 24 damage. Serathis, you take 12.
Okay.
Get back up and get moving! Also, just imagining this cartoon sort of style thing.
Yeah, we get it.
Like they both have horns on their heads.
What'd you say, Pippin?
My aching tentacles.
Ow,
has
my
tentacles?
AC.
Wait a second. I have Peerless Athlete up. Hold on.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I get advantage on my strength checks.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. Go ahead and give me another strength check. You got a 20 on the first one.
Yes. 25.
Okay, you do not fall down. But that just kind of means you also take 24 damage.
I will take it to catch my friend.
And keep moving.
So Pippin
He
and
takes it and
Sarathis-
shrugs it off.
Pippin and Sarathis slam into one another, distracting everybody. What do you do?
Thank
Can I-
you.
Now can I running back style run with Pippin?
Stay away. The waffles are out of the freezer.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pick up Pippin under my arm and run him like a running back. Yep, that's good.
Blue 42, down, set, hike!
Not quite. But so yeah, you Sarathis, you catch Pippin, fold him, and put him under your arm.
Like
And you
a
start looking. And where exactly are you running to?
Pipperito. The Pipperito.
Well, I saw Pippin fly into the gate, so I'm assuming he was distracted by something with the gate. So I'm gonna run through the gate.
All right.
oh boy.
You run up to the gate. The gate is locked. Guards are like, hold your horses, we'll open it in a second.
I'm gonna unroll the paper. I'm gonna pull out the paper, unroll the paper, show them. Hurry up! This is a matter of utmost importance.
We're going
That
as
man-
fast as we can. It takes a minute to unlock a gate like this.
The man you just let in here is an imposter.
No, we don't know that these might be outdated papers.
Don't mind him. Imposter inside.
He's the paper. They take it, and he's like, "This man has been missing for a month.
And he just ran past you. Doesn't that look a little suspicious?
We opened the gate for nobody. You were the last ones out." Admittedly, it looks like this man might have been with you, but we haven't opened the gate since you left.
Can we go in through the front door?
The front door is right behind us.
Then open the door.
It is when finally the gate clong unlocks and it pulls open. You guys,
The gate just makes this
Partying.
really obnoxious creaking noise as it opens. And Pippin just has like this weird hand out. Just prestidigitation.
Are
You
back to
really
your
love that
senses?
spell.
Are you back to your senses?
Uh,
Never mind. I'm just gonna run inside now.
are you back to your senses? What?
This is reminding me of the time that Nestor was turned into a that Nestor was uttering weird sentences.
Unicorns and menstruating tortoises.
Pippin, I swear, if you are making this up, I'm going to drop you.
Just pretty stars. Friendly mushroom.
Pretty stars and circling birdies. What is Sen doing?
Friendly, shiny burbs.
Sin is
He's
taking
probably
notes on
trying
what
not
He's in the
to die.
restroom.
Oh, he's
Sin
not
is
even
taking-
hearing this.
I was gonna say Sin is taking notes on which one of us to kill first.
Great.
No, I was thinking Sen is dying of laughter. Like, he had to mute himself mic side so that he can't hear.
No. I know Sin pretty well. He's probably face palming.
Well, no, I live with him. I just watched him walk past my room.
Oh.
It was in the restroom.
Are we going to be hearing Sen squealing with laughter?
I think he missed the funny parts.
Oh no, I heard him. I heard him. I heard. I don't know how familiar anyone here is with Transformers Prime, but Pippin was doing a wonderful impression of both William Fowler and Sokka from Avatar.
Oh man, I forgot about that episode. Also, unicorns and menstruating tortoises. Apparently.
Okay. So the gates aren't even partially open before Sarathis barrels his way through.
Like a truck.
Hearing Pippin.
Roll out.
Shrivel, Braidrand comes trotting up and says, "Ah, gentlemen,
Are
I
we
didn't
there with
expect you
him?
back so soon."
Are we there
Well,
with him? Or no?
Yes, I'm pretty sure we all ran together.
Yes,
Yeah.
all of you are there.
I
I will
think I'm
produce the paper again.
clearing my senses up enough.
Good. I'm gonna drop him.
And he's no longer has a sense.
Like laying on the ground. Is that really necessary?
Entirely.
I think I
Shrivel
have 3
runs over to you
concussions.
Shrivel runs over to you and begins helping you up.
He'll gladly accept the help, and he'll go, "We just got finished talking with Tobias Doristos."
He's like, the missing court mage?
You
Yeah.
already see the problem with that. I think we found an imposter. He was riding a phantom horse.
Well, yes, Phantom Steed was Tobias's preferred mode of travel.
And he was coming here, but he's gone now.
Okay, Pippin, I think I need to take a look at you. Still don't sound fully here.
Like, I think you have a mic. My head just
I'm
hurts a
gonna
little
need a
bit.
medicine check, Pippin.
I mean, he rammed into somebody going 140 feet in a turn.
Oh, no, hold on. He
So
ran into
that-
a fence first, and then he ran into somebody.
That'd be a 28.
He plowed into something really hard with his head.
2 things.
Well,
Two things.
I'm expecting a little more than just that. Is he concussed?
Yes.
Pippin had hurt hard, yes.
Think
Pippin is thoroughly concussed.
This is great.
Pippin
I-
is so
should always
concussed
have
that
a
he even
concussion.
has circling birdies.
I think Naxor will like probably give him something to help with that.
Wait, Niax, are you sure? He's much more pleasant this way.
He just scowls.
Naxor will like look at Serathis, kind of chuckle a little bit, but like, funny as that is, it's not a good thing to have concussion.
Can I use Mage Hand to bonk him?
Can you remember to do Mage Hand?
I mean, considering he's like innately prestidigitation and like birds around his head, I'm sure he'll be fine.
Sadly, no. Mage Hand does not work.
Wait, what do you mean?
You cannot use it to deal. You cannot use it to bonk somebody.
Let's see. Floating hand appears within range. Hand lasts for the duration. You can use your action to control the hand. You can use the hand to manipulate an object, open a door or container, store, retrieve an item, move the hand. So I could manipulate the hand and move the hand to grab his helmet, which is an object, which can then theoretically be a bonk.
Serathis doesn't wear a helmet.
Horns are helmets.
A rolled up newspaper.
Okay.
Just give him a rolled up newspaper.
Well, I can press the digitation a hand to bonk you with, but you ain't gonna feel nothing. Just don't worry, Eldritch Blast.
Shit.
Oops, wrong one. Accidentally
Bam.
It's like, oh, that's the wrong spell. Hold on, I wanted to press the digitation. Cast Meteor Storm.
You can't even
Oh,
that.
no. You don't even know that spell. I don't even know that spell.
I mean, there is a way, but it involves using metronome.
I mean, theoretically, somebody who doesn't know a spell could accidentally cast a spell. But
So,
I'm not the type of wizard that can do such a thing.
You mean wild magic?
Or like theoretically, a wizard could accidentally cast a spell and then write it down in his book. But as a warlock, my spells are given to me by my patron. I couldn't accidentally cast something.
this is true. So, that wild run of hilarity aside,
Worth it.
totally. Shrivel ultimately does run over to help you up, Pippin. He looks at Serathis and says, "That was incredibly rude."
He rudely ran into me while he was flying. I caught him and carried him this far. He should be grateful.
He's like, don't make me bonk you.
Is Sen just face palming?
Sen is not face palming. Sipping on chocolate milk, listening to this entire fiasco.
I drank all my chocolate milk. I feel like Pippin is just over here like, you have any orange slices?
Hopefully, listen up. Take care of it.
It's like, yes, I believe my head is feeling a little bit better, but it's gonna leave a headache.
Okay. Shrivel sort of pats him down and cleans and brushes some dust off Pippin. He's like, "What is the meaning of this?"
So we just got finished interrogating Ravenscar with Tobias Aristos, but apparently he doesn't exist right now. And so we came here to warn you that he's going to, I think it's an imposter who's going to be making some dealings with the court or something. It's nothing good, I can assure you.
Hmm.
And I'm gonna.
Can't believe I did something earlier, and I can't believe I was that devious. Anyways, gnome attendant comes running out, flailing a piece of parchment. He runs up to Shrivel and presents it. Says, "Excellent! We have good news."
Hmm?
What?
And he flips around and unfurls this scroll and says, this is an executive this is an executive pardoning order signed by at least 5 members of the board of directors. We have 4. All I need to do is sign my name, and your friend Nestor will be released tomorrow.
What?
Unless that was Tobias. That's why I wanted to talk to him and ask him about the paper. But then I bonked my head on somebody. Don't even remember what I bonked my head into.
You hit the fence first, and then you hit me. It's your fault.
I hit a fence? Wait, I hit a fence?
Actually hit the fence. I think you misinterpreted something.
Oh, I was like, I hit a fence? When did I hit a
The
fence?
perimeter fence started lowering in altitude and plowed back of the head first into you.
Gotcha.
Coming in for landing, smack.
It's more like landing.
Like, this is PPBTD requesting landing access. Access denied. Oh, shoot.
Bong.
You said you followed that man here.
He was right outside the gate when I bonked my head.
Tobias has been missing for a month.
Then who was it that I followed?
I don't know.
Wait. You followed him here. Pippin,
Yeah.
Did you see them open the gate? Did the gate open?
No, not to my knowledge.
He could still be in the crowd.
Well, it sounds like he got there and got the pardon. So now I'm
Well,
just confused.
The problem, based on what I'm hearing, both based off the guards and what you just said, he never went inside.
I wonder if he was just coming for information on Ravenscar. They probably, you know what? They probably got him in jail just so they could impersonate Tobias, question him, and get more information on the crystals.
Indeed.
Ah, shit.
Pippin's gonna pull out the lightning crystal and just... Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Pippin,
Yes.
you reach in to the pocket that your 100% certain you put the crystal in.
Oh no.
Pippin,
Yes.
do you still have it?
Well, I took it off the table and put it back in my pocket. I should still have it.
Check your DMs.
I don't know where it went.
You lost it?
No, it was stolen. Pippin,
Stolen by
remember
the-
Pippin, remember when we were standing outside, he ran into us?
Yes. I'm aware.
So now they have 2.
Probably that perception check I failed. Pickpocketed me.
Oh, this is not. You see Senku's face pale. Shit. Like you see him.
Language.
Sorry, you see Senku muttering repeated swear words. Like, if you could have a narrative bleep filter, he'd be swearing in Morse code. Like,
You really want to know. Remember when I asked everyone what their passive perceptions were?
Yeah.
That's when I rolled his sleight of hand.
Well, then I would have had to roll because if somebody pickpockets you, it's against their perception, not their passive.
but you still wouldn't have made it.
We don't know that. He might have rolled only a 15, but you know.
Oh no, he got a. If you must know, on that sleight of hand check, he got a 35.
Oh, then I have literally no way of knowing. I just cannot roll that high.
You see Senku pale. Once is happenstance, but twice isn't.
Even if I did like a lucky die, I'd still, yeah.
They're trying to
Right,
methodically
anyway.
remove the crystals from us now.
They know how powerful they are.
They know how powerful they are, and they detected. Oh, crap.
Or at least they can't get my radiant crystal. They'll never get that one. Unless they could somehow access the Shadow Realm.
Pippin,
Yes.
you do realize what they're doing, right? We just basically handed over the information of the crystals to them.
I didn't
Well,
tell
they
them
already
the
knew about
I didn't.
the crystals.
I never mentioned the name of the ability, so they still don't know how to activate it.
No.
That
Remember
doesn't
that.
matter if they already know about the crystals. They already have 2 crystals.
Now they know now they know that they've been beefed up by the big magical artifact.
They'll be able to use it to revive Lametta Tempesta.
Yeah, they've had 2
We're not, if
now.
if
Or
they,
actually, no,
they use those magic items, the magic bombs to revive Lametta Tempesta temporarily. What if they use the crystal to do it permanently?
That's likely what they're aiming to do.
You said you were signing those papers, friend?
Correction signed, and he unfurls it with 5 with the signatures of 5 the board of directors.
Perfect. We need to go get our friend, and I need to turn off my boots.
I know you can't release him till tomorrow, but time is of the essence. The cult now has 2 crystals.
And the problem with that is what now?
These crystals.
The crystal's what killed all those people, and now they have it.
It's not just that. These crystals, they're insanely potent magical artifacts. Like, insanely potent. Pippin here ended up taking out a decent chunk of an entire army of drow in one shot, and undead, mind you.
Also,
Back in
Good.
back in Nissa. You used that one ability where you just sent out beams of light and were just picking off zombies one at a time.
No, it wasn't one at a time. It was like just complete swaths of them just gone.
Okay, swaths of them. And you also use that ability against the drow?
Yeah.
Believe my wall of fire. Got a lot of them.
You mean your geyser?
I thought I did wall of fire for the zombies.
That was back in Nissa. But still, these crystals are insanely potent, and in the wrong hands, insanely dangerous. Recently, we were in an incident where this extremely potent magical artifact, you may have heard of it, the Omni Essential Matrix.
Gesundheit. I know not of what you speak.
Think of an artifact that just makes things, how do I phrase this? More.
I think it was phrased to us as more.
Like, say you have the ability to effectively turn someone. This thing has so much power that it can turn someone who stands near it long enough to diamond.
His expression perks up with that. It says, I like diamonds.
Yeah, let's see how much you like it when you become one. Yeah, we were just, and the thing is, this Omni Essential Matrix, some of its power was bled off into the crystals. These things used to be a lot smaller. Now they're a lot bigger. And they have...
Shrivel raises a hand as if Shrivel raises his hand and practically reaches up and puts a finger over your lips. Says, are you quite done?
Sorry.
You should be. Because now you have imparted to me knowledge that is not only hazardous to my health, as is hazardous to the health of my colleagues, and is a clear and present danger to my country.
Yeah, and that's why we're trying to stop them.
This is why you must shut up.
Man, I do have a habit of rambling.
A little bit.
A little too much sometimes.
Senku facepalm.
You've now imparted upon me crucial mission critical knowledge. I am not as strong as you when it comes to resisting torture. Been given a ping.
Huh? Who to the what now?
Nothing important.
Seriously though, I have a out of character. I just realized I do have a big case of foot and mouth.
Yes, yes, you do.
Anyways,
I just don't know when to shut up.
You think?
anyways, you sort of see Shrivel go a little stiff and rigid, and he starts writing something sort of slowly and awkwardly on the scroll that he's holding.
You okay, buddy?
He does not respond.
Shit. Dispel magic!
You
If he's
say
do-
that. He says, "No, please don't. Worry not. It is just Min South."
Oh, thank God.
Sound like South.
Because I am speaking through another person.
Sorry, we just dealt with so much dominate and illusion and suggestion over this last couple
aware.
months.
I am still at the penitentiary.
What happened?
I stayed behind to make sure everything was going smoothly, at least as far as Nestor's care is being concerned. But as per Queen Mira's orders, I maintained a you would call it scrying, I call it a sort of psionic connection to Executive Tribble. And thus was able to hear his thoughts as he interacted with you.
Yeah, I have a massive case of foot and mouth.
Indeed. Nonetheless, return here immediately. I will see to it that Nestor will be released today.
Thank you.
One of the perks of being the Grand Vizier to Queen Mira and a powerful psionic entity. That Shrivel sort of shakes his head back and forth a few times and says, "That's my handwriting. Why does it look like chicken scratch and bad art at the same time?"
I think you must have just had a lot going through your head.
Indeed.
He closes up the scroll, hands it to you, and says, "Present this to the guards, and Nestor will be released at first light tomorrow morning."
Thank you.
Okay.
We will be on our way.
All right.
So, takes you about 30 minutes run, but you get back to that prison. Dwarven, the dwarven guard is waiting there. She stiffens up and says, "Back already?"
Yeah.
Indeed.
Hopefully you're going to be a little bit more considerate storming around my prison.
Well, yes, we had some very important matters to attend to that required our attention at post haste. However, we are back and we have papers.
She stiffens up, smiles a little bit, and says, "Excellent." And she reaches out a hand and says, "Present them to me."
He unrolls them and hands them over.
She unfurls it, rolls it back up, and says, "Everything seems in order. I just need about an hour to verify the authenticity. But she twirls the keys around, twirls a key ring around her finger, tosses it to you, and says, "Your friend cannot leave the premises until daybreak tomorrow, but as far as I'm concerned, he is no longer a prisoner and is free to roam the complex and eat at his discretion."
Perfect.
I believe Queen Mira's Grand Vizier is still within the cell discussing things with him.
Yeah, we need to
Let's go talk with him.
discuss things with him too.
Honestly,
Oh,
him getting
boy.
out tomorrow wouldn't be that bad. It'd be nice to get some extra sleep tonight before going on a journey. Ugh.
Says the man who was super hardcore into going earlier.
I also
Yes.
super hardcore hit my head.
There is truth to that. So you open the door. You go. You remember where his cell is. You open the door. Minsouth is standing there. Nestor stands up and says, "Pippin, what on earth did you fly into?"
Is it that noticeable?
Flew into the other Dragon Ball.
Nestor does this shape, and Nestor forms this shape, and it's like you look like you have a second head growing out of the top of your head.
Sounds about right.
He's got a massive horn, doesn't he?
He ran into Sir Athos.
How did you
At
run
top
into this?
speed.
Well, I ran into him while flying at top speed, chasing after a man that shouldn't exist.
No, a man that's been missing for a month.
Yeah, therefore he
Yes.
should not exist at this moment.
Oh, and it turns out he got the lightning crystal too, so.
What?
Unless
Yeah.
you have it.
Why would I
Apparent-
have it?
Apparently,
So,
someone bumped. Who bumped into you, was it?
the guy
So-
posing as Tobias.
Yeah, he bumped into Pippin, and apparently
stole the
after
crystal.
that, apparently he bumped into Pippin and pickpocketed him.
Yup.
And I'm learning I have a massive case of foot and mouth.
Minsouth looks at you and says, "No, my friend. You have a case of foot in mouth, bite down."
I like how you keep trying. It's humorous.
To whom are you speaking?
I'll leave that vague.
I could eat your brain and learn the truth.
I think he's talking to
Could,
me.
yes. Could, yes. Theoretically, I could do the same thing.
No, you could not.
Well, I have the ability
Please
to
don't
turn into-
antagonize him, Pippin.
Okay.
I am very hard to anger.
Please do not antagonize the brain flare. Ugh.
Min South looks at you and says, "You wish to leave here immediately."
Me?
Is this correct?
Well, after hitting my head, it would be nice to get some extra rest.
Very well. We can then follow the protocols
Yay.
and let and see to it that Nestor is released on the morrow.
Yeah. Big head, many hurt.
Excuse me another moment. And I am back.
Welcome back.
So, Min South looks at you, Pippin, and looks over to you, Serathis, and says, the two of you have injured yourselves.
Nothing a little rest won't cure.
And he's like, "This will feel very pleasant." And he reaches out with one tentacle. Says, "This is the most effective way for me to perform this. I assure you I mean you no harm." And he places one tentacle on Pippin's forehead and another on Serathis's. And both of you are healed.
Yay.
Let me guess, he twin spelled.
Not quite.
It wasn't even necessary.
No.
No, it was.
Oh.
It was an unusual. It looked to you a lot like Cure Wounds, but not at the same time. But yes, it was. You can tell it was. You can tell he did some funky mental juju to twin it.
Cool.
So, with that and feeling much better, you leave. And
And
Aaron, with your massive passive perception, you notice something.
Okay.
It'll take me a moment to draft it up. So, Perrin, you step on the ground and you hear like a slight crunching sound, and there's a bit of parchment under your foot.
Pick it up and read it.
Check your DM.
Oh, yes. Well, clearly their goals not changed.
who's go?
The cult. They, I'm assuming, our imposter friend wrote this to us, expecting us to get Nestor here out. They still plan. Clearly, they still plan based on it to get La Meta Tempesta. Bring La Meta Tempesta back. Oh, clearly we need to go find those crystals.
I wonder if they'll be at the Mind Flayer fort Fort Cthulhu, something like that.
Sarathis, you can make me a religion check, but you're gonna do so at disadvantage.
Religion.
Religion, yes.
That's 1. That's a 20. That's a 28. So you can have the 20.
Okay. I'm gonna also need you in the DM chat.
Bye, guys.
Good riddance.
Sorry, I'm just using. I used a religion check to feed Sarathis a little bit of backstory.
Gotcha.
But Pippin,
Yes.
you just said something to the effect of you wonder if that's where you wonder if the crystals are a compound. And you don't pronounce it.
Cthulhu, yeah.
You hear a voice, a familiar voice, pokes its head around the side of the prison and says, "I don't know if that's where they are now, but that's where at least one of them was."
Is that Queen Mira?
That is not Queen Mira. This is a male voice you haven't heard in a very long time.
Kurgu?
No.
Uh-oh.
And you walk around this plain, this man in like hunched over in plain, simple, tattered robes, stands up, pulls a hat off, bows like a noble, and as he bows, his image changes to reveal one Fade Coda.
Aha.
Hello, Coda.
Hey, Coda.
Instead, he says, You guys are very hard to write songs about. Mostly because nobody would believe me if I sang about you.
Just means you don't have to put any flair into it.
No,
Well, maybe
actually,
maybe
I
we
have-
should make a show again.
actually, what it means is I have to downplay your achievements so that they're believed.
Fair.
I've got a song for you.
Speak, Master Dragonborn.
It involves Pippin and a fence.
Pippin didn't run into a fence.
I know, but it sounds better that way.
Yeah, and
Pippin,
Pippin
Pippin is feeling conflicted.
I could just imagine a guy named Benny Hill playing a saxophone.
This guy walks up to you, Sarathis, looks you over, bows deeply, and says, Captain Sarathis, your reputation precedes you.
As does yours.
He blushes a little bit. He says, This adventuring group has agreed to an unorthodox bargain with me.
Oh. I was not aware of any such bargain.
I provide information to them. They help me find the whereabouts and assure the safety of my daughter.
Yes, and
Now, that does sound familiar.
Have
Yes.
you any information?
Well, Nyaxor here was doing some scrying recently, and it was about Luvia, right? Just to make sure we have all our bases covered.
Bloodmire, yes.
Yes, and what did you find, Nyaxor?
That she was feverishly working on something. And I heard child crying.
I see.
It was a young girl, wasn't it?
It's hoping. So, planning on getting.
You don't even know where there is?
Compound Cathexis.
Yes, know exactly.
And we hope.
Eyes widen, and he starts walking back and forth, babbling almost incoherently.
I don't recommend you.
Oda looks at you and says, You don't understand. If you attempt to go there, none of you will emerge alive.
What's your plan then?
Well, from what I understand, that seems to be what these friends of mine do best, so I guess that's where we're going.
I mean, I can't stop you. But in good conscience,
You know,
I can't encourage you to go either.
I
Hey,
keep getting
if we
told
come
by
back,
people
You'll have a great song.
But if we don't, you'll have an even greater one.
And even if we don't come back, those songs you sing might inspire others to follow in our footsteps.
Don't want you to not come back.
What I'm saying is, we've been told countless times that we're not strong enough to do this. That Queen Mira, Minsouth, and the rest of their party were barely able to deal with it back then, let alone how much they learned from their mistakes now and bolstered their defenses. Maybe we should talk to Queen Mira and some of the other adventurers who went there and, I don't know.
Advice?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Strategy, advice, anything.
It's better than flailing around blindly.
Hoda bows, says, well, as I said, I don't know if it's still there, but at least one of the crystals was there.
Okay.
And
If I were a betting man, I'd think it was a fire crystal.
I know not. I was unable to properly confirm that information. But if you believe this Luvia person and my daughter are there, Master Niaxar, when did you perform this scrying spell?
I'll be right back.
Yesterday, I think.
Yesterday.
No. It would have been just this morning.
I'd say it would have
Or
been this morning. It was the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
He lets out a visible sigh. That means she's alive.
Oh, then I guess we got double the reason to go then.
Sarathis will reach out and put his hand on Master Coda's shoulder. If she's there, we will bring her back.
Damn straight.
I am not going to break my promise.
He looks at you, smiling broadly, and says, I believe you. I believe you back in the, I believed you all the way back in the ALP Academy, where we first met. We're not allies.
What is the ALP Academy?
Okay, so brief geography lesson. You have a continental divide called the Ashcroft Mountains.
Okay.
Just east of that is a broad plains made of loosely aligned city-states that are the Alliance of Lahazar Principalities, ALP for short. These city-states have a lot of self-governance, but there is they sort of come together, the heads of the cities come together in a sort of ruling council that meets at a city simply called the capital of the ALP. And in this capital is basically Hogwarts. It's the foremost academy of magic within the countries east of the Ashcroft Mountains. Now, east of the ALP is the Forest of Morlea, which is where you guys are right now. And like east of that, you have the on the northeast side of that, you have the country of Brayland, and on the east and the southeast, you have the country of Syri, which is where you hail from.
Okay.
It's a pretty poorly sketched out map, if I have to say. This was my first attempt at building a D&D world. So it's not the best, but it's the one I have the most information and knowledge about. So that's about all I got for you.
Okay.
And of course, west of the Ashcroft Mountains is that fun place.
Yes, west of the Ashcroft Mountains is a region simply called the Demon Wastes.
Which I'm imagining is fiery red. And whatnot.
Not actually. You've been in the Demon Wastes. If only very briefly.
So, desert?
No. It was just pretty raw, uninhabited, inhospitable terrain.
Is there a desert on the eastern side of the Ashcroft Mountains?
There is, but it's more on the northern side. On the eastern side of the Ashcroft Mountains, no, there is no desert. On the western side, to the northern areas, yeah, there's a bit of a desert wasteland. That's more like the Gobi than it is the Sahara. Like it's a temperate desert. And there's large forests pretty much as far as the eye can see.
But no real place for hot, dry air to accumulate.
Not really, no. With that, Fade looks around briefly and nervously and says, I have to go. I'm going to start being missed very soon.
Okay.
I must maintain my cover.
Good luck, buddy.
Good luck, buddy.
And he proceeds to perform the somatic component, and he disappears in a teleport. All right, what do you do?
What time is it, actually?
In the day? Like 4 p.m.?
I want to find a temple.
You can do that very easily.
I'm gonna go back to the library and look for more books.
I'm sure every library in this nation, or every library we've ended up in, is been hit.
You know what? Guess I'll put it on.
All right, Perrin, what are you doing?
Perrin?
Perrin is muted and probably AFK. 3/4 just muted himself again.
Yes, I'm eating.
Okay. Did not know that.
My friends, I am off to find a temple. I must ask some questions.
All right. Well, roll me a persuasion check.
Persuasion?
Persuasion. It's the closest thing for asking. It's closest thing to asking for directions.
23.
He's already been to the temple, though, I thought.
No, I think I was going to go, but I never got the chance.
Makes sense.
So yes, you are able to ask for directions and get solid directions. Pippin, Nyxor, and Senku also know, like, they have already been to the library, so they know where to go. Perrin, are you doing anything particular?
I am not sure. Because last time I was at the library, I got bored out of my gourd.
Yes, and then you stumbled onto the remains of the murder of by an undead shark and bear.
Indeed. And then eventually stumbled onto the undead shark and bear.
That you did.
Well, temples usually have dead bodies. Those are called graveyards, so don't worry about it. Those are good.
I just don't know if it's... I don't like the idea of going and splitting the party further. Screw it. We'll go to the... Once again, let's go to the library. What's the worst that could happen? We find another undead shark and bear?
You really have a way of tempting fate, don't you?
Undead Shark and Bear Mark II.
Undead platypus bear with a top hat. Perry the platypus bear.
Undead Shark and Owl Bear.
Perry the platypus.
Take over the tri-state area.
Phineas and Ferb reference.
Yes, I love
Oh, yeah.
Phineas and Ferb.
It's a platypus bear. An undead platypus bear? Perry the undead platypus bear.
Okay, so why is Pippin shouting, like, it sounded like you said Lambus bear?
I said, ooh, a platypus bear. An undead platypus bear? Perry the undead platypus bear. Because we said we're putting a top hat on an undead platypus bear.
Right.
Or like a fedora.
Yeah, it's a little fedora.
Like, Perry the undead platypus bear.
It's a fez.
It's a fez!
Oh, God.
Perry the Mid-South.
Leave Perry the platypus out of this.
Mid-South? Platypus bear? Mid-South the platypus bear. Perry the Mid-South platypus bear.
Anyway. So, Perrin, have you decided what you're going to do?
What's the worst that could happen? We're on to another undead shark and bear. We're going to the library as well.
Okay. So, Srathis, I will get to you in a minute.
Do you want me to go to the principal's office or stay here?
You do not have to go to the principal's office.
Okay.
It's like you don't have to go to the principal's office. Okay, you do, however, have to go to the DM chat.
I love the nicknames he comes up for that.
You're right.
So we have Perrin, Pippin, Thunder, and Senku going to the library.
To the library.
What are you looking for? Pippin, I have an idea.
You do have an idea.
Actually, he never gave me expertise on medical, so I think next we're just gonna like any medical book.
Very well.
Wait, we can gain expertise in a skill?
If apparently if you work hard enough on it, you can.
All right. Let's start working on the. Well, I already have investigation and arcana, so I could work on history. Like the history of compound cathexis, jokingly. If they have any.
Roll me a percentile.
Oh, shit. Hold on.
Who?
Me.
Yes, Senku. We'll get to you in a moment.
Let's fire up the old D100 23. They don't have anything.
Senku,
But at least they have history
stop
books.
assuming stuff.
In this case, he assumes correctly.
Ah.
Now, Nyxor, your turn to roll a percentile.
Hey, at least they still have history stuff, so I can still work on history. Right? Am I right?
I mean, yes, but it's going to take you a very long time.
Oh, fun. Like years.
76.
Okay. They do have a good amount on medicine here. A lot specifically towards like medical and like medical analysis of like with criminal investigation applications and whatnot. Identifying causes of death, practical applications for law enforcement of such things, blah, blah, blah.
So, someone's studying to be a criminologist.
I mean, I'm very kind of able to do that, but no, if it's gonna help towards like getting expertise, I think I sort of like check the books out, like stuff.
All right, Perrin, are you looking for something in particular or what?
I guess Senku could, of course, change the focus of his search.
I can't necessarily think of anything right now.
Okie dokie.
Just be a bodyguard.
Mainly, at this point, he's basically poring over the weather books. Because, of course, they're going to have weather books.
Not as many as you
Not
think.
really.
Yeah, I say that this not a time when it's a big science.
Of course, Senku is doing his damnedest to make it a big science.
All right. So, a few hours pass. It's now like 8 p.m. And I'll rewind and briefly I request Sarathis in the DM chat.
There it is.
I'm
Oh,
going to
fun.
Razzle's.
I'm so tired.
Billy, buddy.
Like IRL?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm very tired.
Just doing something while I wait.
on over there?
No.
Very good question.
I know,
Taking-
right?
Taking quite some time.
Oh, we were just wondering about it.
Yep, I'm back. I apologize. It's super easy to get lost role-playing with Sarathus.
He's good, isn't he?
There's a reason why I wanted him in this game. But you guys are all sitting down to dinner, or getting ready to sit down to dinner. Queen Mira and Min South are there. It's not the banquet. It's not the banquet feast that you had last night, but there is still plenty of food, and it's very high quality. In fact, you look, and some of the items that you were served look like they were like re-prepared from yesterday.
Good food.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Finally, a little bit late, but Sarathus walks in.
Hey, Sarathus.
Sarathus he's visibly taller. He's been visiting the temple. He's happy. He's in a good mood.
Mira raises an eyebrow, smiles a little bit, and says, Sarathus is in a good mood. And she leans in, clearly joking, and says, this is when we get ready to run.
It's like the world must be ending.
My lady Queen Mira, Grand Vizier Munzouth, I
As
bring you
you
greetings.
Before you do that, as you say that, Min South leans over, and he just looks at you and says, who are you, and what have you done with the real Sarathus?
I'm pretty sure Naxor will look up from like his book and give like a quizzical look. Gets you all happy.
My lady Queen Mira, Grand Vizier Mid-South, Sarathus will take a seat amongst his friends. I bring you glad tidings from Sister Superior Justine.
Yeah.
Senku's eyes widen.
Yeah. What?
What? Like, basically, you know that solid stake alert sound?
Yes.
Pippin, prestidigitate that above me.
Just whomp.
Red exclamation point above Senku's head.
It's like, Nani?
Yes, I remember that name.
Mira spits out her food.
You talk to Una?
Spit take.
Like it's more like a coughing up of the food, like, like you talk to who?
Yeah, Naxor is not the brightest when it comes to a religion.
You don't talk to people?
I can't hear you, buddy.
I haven't seen Sister Superior since she appeared out of the clouds and healed everybody.
She says hello.
That's all. That's all she says?
Well, she also gave me a pep talk, but that was between she and I.
You're a very strange man.
My friends,
Hmm?
I believe we need to put more thought into the invasion or the infiltration of this complex. But when we are ready, we will have the blessings of Hieronymus and Bahamut behind us.
Whoa.
Exor
Good to
is
know.
just gonna stay quiet because this is way out of his realm.
Yeah, Senku's jaw just drops. And he just says,
I have no
wow.
idea who they are. Or... I'm gonna let you guys.
Yeah, you do.
Ronius is a
Ronius
name we've heard before.
I've
And-
heard about him, but I.
And
Exor.
Bahamut, or however it's pronounced, is the Platinum Dragon.
Yeah, Hieronymus is the god of valor in battle.
Well, Exor
Yes.
doesn't know that.
Yes, that's actually been stated multiple times, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been stated multiple times. So, yeah, he'd know about that.
At this point.
A history of.
Well, no, it's something that we talked about in the game, unless your guy just has a really bad memory.
Yeah.
This would be an
I mean,
intelligence check,
I
not
could
a history
roll
check.
to see if I remember. I
It would
have
be
a history of
intelligence, not
3.
history.
It would not be history.
It would be intelligence. Because you're trying to remember something you're recalling from the past.
Intelligence 6, so it would be only a hill.
But again, it'd be something you remember. Sen would probably just give it to you because, again, it's just something you're trying to recall. Ugh, dude, my arms.
Would
hurt
it be
so
fair
bad.
to say Senku recalls it?
I mean, we all know who Hieronymus is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but like, what I mean is Exor doesn't gods or
Yeah, but he'd know
Is-
of him.
Make me a religion check, DC 10.
over.
And you can do this untrained.
Rolled a 10, pretty much. On the 7 plus 3 is 10.
Okay. Here's what you know about Hieronymus. He is the lawful good god of war, but he's a god of war. He's a god of the, he is a god of he is a god of valor, honor, combat, of adherence to rules of engagement, not just a god of wanton, a god of war for the sake of war, pillage, and destruction. That is his half brother Hexter. He's a god of honor and valor in battle.
On my way over here to speak with you all, I came up with a strategy that I think would work in the complex.
Let's hear it.
We're going to have to split the party, though. But hear me out.
Splitting
hear me
can
out.
be bad, also can be good.
Hear me out. Just as many of us as possible. Cause as much of a commotion as possible. We draw out as many of them as we can towards our direction. And then one or two of us sneak within the complex, and free the captives.
Pippin, Leafa, that's your area of expertise.
What's our area of
I
expertise?
mean, I've been pretty lucky with stealth lately.
Yeah, but Pippin can just...
Perrin's. I can go invisible, but Perrin's the main one for stealth.
Dude.
And I can go invisible too.
Pippin, have you
Mhm.
seen the abnormally high stealth checks you and Leafa... Have you seen the abnormally monstrous stealth checks that you and Leafa can do?
Yeah, I just rolled a 32.
Yeah,
That's
you
the highest I
are.
could roll.
I can also briefly go invisible myself, although not quite as well as you can.
I can innately go invisible.
Yeah.
You have that ability. You and Leafa, you three,
Yeah.
you, Leafa, and Perrin are by far the stealthiest members of this party.
I
Yeah,
True.
but Naxor did promise. Think about it.
pipes up and says, I disagree. I believe there are allies you possess that you are overlooking.
Oh, I haven't got to the part with them yet. They're going to be in the front with us.
Causing
We're going to
chaos?
We're going to need every body that we
I
can
was
possibly
gonna
get.
suggest we could ask here in South to join us. See if they'll help us. Maybe to both parties together can like.
We also have other friends, don't we? Nestor, you've got the Lakota Guard.
Nestor is not here right now.
Oh, right. Sorry. Nestor's got the Lakota Guard, right?
Mira pipes up and says, I don't believe they're I don't believe they're on the level of assisting you with raiding a Mind Flayer compound.
Yeah. They're good for, say, protecting the city, should it ever exist again, after what the cult did. Not this.
We don't need a lot of people. We only need enough to make a commotion. Give the interior team enough time to rescue our captives and get away. It's not like we actually have to go through the whole complex. We just need to get a bead on where they are, which is why I think we need better intelligence on where they might be holding these people.
Do mind you, there's a whole treasure there that we're trying to get as well.
Would you rather have the treasure or would you rather have the lives?
I'd rather
I'd
have
rather
both.
I'd rather not bring additional people into this.
Minsad pipes up and says, you are forgetting one thing, Master Serathus. Mind Flayers are highly intelligent. As a former member of the original compound Cathexis, I can tell you at least somewhat how they would behave.
I'm not saying that we run up there and we shoot a fireball at the front gates and get their attention. We're going to have to enter and make it look like we're actually trying to break into the facility.
You are going to have to go all the way through the compound. Once a Mind Flayer camp has been breached, the Mind Flayers realize that there is safety in numbers and will then concentrate their forces in the inner sanctums. And if there is an Elder Brain Dragon, you can also most likely expect an Ulatharid.
And then Senku grins. You do realize, though, that that's a whole bunch of mind flayers in one place, right?
Yes.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we can burn down the building around them.
A whole bunch of mind flayers gathered together in one place. That is Pippin's area of expertise because that becomes a target-rich environment. Pippin,
Yes.
your spell. What's it called? And Senku has this grin of knowing exactly which spell he's referring to.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember the name of the spell. It just comes to me when I need it. Heaven's Fall? Heaven's Fall. That's the one.
Yeah, but doesn't that take up a lot of crystal charge?
Yes. It's my most expensive spell.
Yes, but if you have a whole bunch of mind flayers together...
Yes!
Yes, we're talking about a fairly target-rich environment full of
Senku,
likely
if we go,
powerful beings.
mind you, if we go full out with our crystals all the time, by the time we have to fight Lamina Tempesta, we're not going to have any crystal charges to use on them.
I know, but...
This might be a case to use that, though.
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, I love this so much. You guys are doing my job for me.
That's what I'm thinking. Heaven's Fall is like the perfect spell for that. It was the perfect spell for the Drow. It's probably going to be the perfect spell for this, too. The Mind Flayers recognize that there's safety numbers.
I'm pretty sure he still has pretty cool ones that are a lesser level.
I honestly think
Being
this is a
strategic.
case- Honestly, I think being strategic in this case, it is the time. It will be the time to use everything.
Well, that, and when you're on an open battlefield, it's easy to use a spell like that that targets a vast area. We're going into a complex. There will be rooms, corridors, other buildings.
All
It's-
of which are going to be deep underground.
It's not going to be like you can just start swinging and hope everybody's in a straight line. That's how it works on a battlefield. That's not how it works in a urban-esque environment.
See? So Raph disagrees with me. You still have to have some strategy.
This inner sanctum, is it a room or is it a whole maze?
Both.
You said there might be an Elder Brain, correct, Grand Vizier Mid-South?
I said it is entirely possible there was an Elder Brain along with an Elder Brain dragon. What I specifically pointed out was the presence of an Ulatharid.
What would happen if we were to directly attack that creature that is in control of that complex?
The Elder Brain or the Ulatharid?
Both.
Both.
If the Elder Brain is the Grand General, the Ulatharid is its right-hand man. And I use that term very loosely. Please, lower your mental defenses and allow me to project an image into your mind.
Senku does so.
Okay.
Okay.
For everybody?
Yes, everybody.
Okay.
Right.
As you wish.
So you take a second, you open your minds. This, in the campaign pictures, is what you see.
Yeah.
Forget opening my mind. I need to open the right Discord server.
Oh boy!
Oh boy. I don't like that at all. Oh, no.
Mid-South. If we
Oh,
were to
boy.
attack this creature, what would the other Illithid do?
Are you suggesting a decapitating strike?
I'm asking a hypothetical question.
An Elder Brain or Ulitharids have no mental control over the rest of a Mind Flayer camp. They are. However, there is a level to which the Mind Flayers and even the Ulatharid are an extension of the Elder Brain's will. It tells them what to do. They do it without question, hesitation, and to the best of their ability.
So, if we were to attack this creature, the rest of the Illithid would come to its rescue?
Not necessarily. You see, Mind Flayers, and especially the Ulitharids, are in equal measure unabashedly brilliant and also paranoid. Some might, if the Elder Brain ordered it so, yes, the rest of the Mind Flayers it ordered would come to the aid of the Ulitharid as soon as it was reasonably possible to do so. However, the Elder Brain is equally intelligent enough to realize that this could be a decapitating strike, as Professor Ishigami so eloquently put it, and have them fall back.
Yes, but what if we were to hit both? If it is possible to hit both at the same time. I think that's what Seraphis is asking. If we were to hit both at the same time. Not just hitting one or the other, but both in a coordinated strike. What would happen to the rest?
Assuming you were successful, the next eldest Mind Flayer would assume temporary control of the compound. And either issue a frantic defense or coordinate a strategic withdrawal. Mind Flayers are evil, they are not stupid. They do not, as you say, fight to the last man.
So, kill them all at once.
Which may be difficult because there is every possibility. Your decapitating strike would be potentially extremely difficult because Ulitharids rarely leave sight of the Elder Brain. And there is another more pressing matter to consider. The presence of the Elder Brain Dragon.
Indeed.
And that's not the only thing we have to consider. We're also forgetting another key X factor in this whole campaign.
Go on.
The hostages.
That is also true. It is possible. I cannot speak for the child, but it is very possible they seek to convert Lady Luvia into a mind flayer of her own. Her skills being added to the repertoire of a mind flayer compound are indeed formidable.
I know it's already close to ending, but I gotta call it. I've gone past my limit.
That's fine. Sleep well. We're just about done here.
That's why I thought. I can't stay up
Yeah.
any longer. If I stay up any longer, I'm gonna be up all night.
So
Sleep
what
well,
we're
guys.
talking about is
Good night, buddy.
Elder Brain Dragon and the Mind. So we know there might be an Elder Brain Dragon there. We're almost certain there might be an Elder Brain Dragon there, in fact. And we also know they have hostages. This
Mm.
complicates.
And
This
that's before
complicates
taking
things.
account the likelihood of there being an Elder Brain as well and Ulathards.
Wait, what if we're looking at this backwards?
What's up,
We're
Serathis?
thinking- We're thinking about breaking into a complex and killing everyone in the complex to rescue the hostages. What if we just need them to leave the complex?
They're evil. They're not stupid.
No, they're not stupid. But they do fear things. Every mortal being fears things.
You have a point there. What's a mind flayer's biggest fear?
Starvation.
I mean, an elemental could just close up the. Oh, wait.
I say if we close it up, we just leave them with the hostages.
Yeah, you have to go in there and get the hostages and then back out. And I could close it up. Then they can't get out anywhere. Then they all can starve inside.
Then there's only one choice.
It
If
is
we
not
want
continue.
if we want them to move, we need to make them think their food source has also moved.
And
It's
How
just
would we go about that?
That I'm not sure on yet. But then in their confusion while they're leaving, we can scoop up our hostages and very minimal resistance.
how do we get them to think their food source has moved, though?
That was my question. We have to find that answer out, though.
Well,
Is Compound Cathexis located near this city?
Compound Cathexis is located under swampland near the southwestern border of Norlea, near the plains of the ALP.
are there any major settlements near there?
To my knowledge, no.
Darn. What's a good way to get something to move?
By deceiving.
Flooding. You said it yourself, Mince, out there in a swampland. What are swamplands prone to do?
Flooding.
Have
There is
If
a
we-
problem with this.
If we can convince the Mind Flayers that their home is going to be flooded,
They would simply teleport or plane shift out of the area.
taking their hostages with them,
More than likely.
well then, would they take the treasure with them, or would they just leave it?
They would most certainly take it with them. While they have no use for it, they are not beyond using it to barter and trade with others. Especially those they consider equals, allies, or superiors.
Doesn't Illithid have a superior?
I think you mean the Elder Brain. Does it have a superior?
Within the Illithid hierarchy, no. However,
We're also talking about the Cult and Zamansil.
indeed, they
What
might
if-
hard. Go ahead.
What if a bronze dragon suddenly wanted the compound?
Or a Brass Dragon?
Brass dragon. What if a brass dragon suddenly wanted the compound?
It is my suspicion they would try to subdue it and produce a second Elder Brain dragon. They already have one. Metallic dragons are likewise not fools. They would not go so blindly into battle. While it is true they would wipe out scores of Mind Flayers, they most likely would ultimately be subdued.
What if it's... That probably won't work.
What was your plan?
What if it's something simple? Some wizards have the ability to turn other living creatures into other things.
That would most likely be the first. That would most likely be the first thing they surmise and would attempt to banish.
Well, yes. But what if it's a squirrel that we turn into a brass dragon?
Wait.
We just let it go rabid on the compound.
I mean,
Wait. Are you actually...
Hold on. I can shift into a dragon, and I can shape. Well, not shape. I can shift into beasts.
What I'm trying to do is eliminate the risk to us and to our friends.
Wait, you're saying turn a squirrel into a brass dragon or a bronze dragon?
And
It's possible.
even if they banish it, it just comes right back.
Indeed.
And since it's just a squirrel, there's no intelligence there. A mind What do mind flayers regard squirrels as juicy? Min-South?
I think the brass dragon squirrel killed Sin.
The squirrel being turned into a brass dragon.
Sen, are you there?
404 errors. DM not found.
Sen!
DM.exe has stopped working. Or stopped responding.
What have
On a
we done?
mechanical note, unless we were, this is out of character since we're waiting on Sun. Unless we were to illusion the squirrel into a dragon, it would have all the stats of the dragon.
So we could turn a squirrel into a dragon and give it the stats of the dragon.
Yeah, you literally would turn the squirrel into a dragon. Whether it be temporary or permanent depends on the spell you use and depending on that spell, how long it lasts for. Like, seriously, when Pippin turned into a brass dragon, he legitimately turned into a brass dragon. And if he had concentrated on the spell for the entire duration, he would have permanently been a brass dragon.
If we can do that temporarily, then all of a sudden that mind flayer is going to find himself not possessing a brass dragon, but possessing a squirrel.
I mean, could learn polymorph.
And suddenly that mind flayer realizes that big juicy creature isn't so juicy after all.
I mean, it is if he likes eating squirrel.
There are further considerations you must take into account. First, you do not think an Elder Brain would attempt to dispel such magic. Second, there is the disturbing possibility that if they didn't, the psionic might being projected by the Elder Brain might simply co-opt the concentration, in which case it would take over concentrating upon the spell.
And turning the squirrel permanently into a brass dragon.